Hello, hello. Can we hear? Yes, we can hear me. I'm going to turn that on to something less chaotic. All right, hey everybody. Welcome to this week's What the Heck, Heck 7. And we have Isaac today. Who's in chat? Let's see. I'm sorry, I have terrible camera angles right now, so I'm just going to be off screen when I'm looking at the computer. What's up, Egon, Forstein, and Archaic Electro? Archaic Electro, we got to get you on this at some point. Anyway, let's do super fast intros. Who are you? And let's see. Did I already ask this? What's a module you really like the look of? I feel like I've asked this one before, but I kind of like it.
It's a good question.
Yeah.
I'm Isaac the Great. I do synth stuff, and sometimes I make them. I think a module I really like the look of right now, I'd say either the QPOS or the Telharmonic. If we're talking, I'm kind of feeling make noise. And the QPOS especially, I like the sort of patterns on it and the triangle things and all that. It's a really easy to read make noise module, I feel.
I really like Make Noise's aesthetic. So it's why I want that black and gold math so much.
Yeah.
But the QPAS and even their new module, what is it, the DPX or something like that?
Yeah.
XPO.
XPO.
The XPO is like pretty rad looking. Like I immediately thought it was cool, but yeah, I was like, man, I don't even know what I would do with this thing. It's awesome. Right, like it just made me want, like, if they, how they have the shared system and they have the various systems, like if they made a stereo system with like that, the QPAS and the Morphogene and all those things, it just.
I think they actually have that, or they're talking about adding the XPO. That's their tape and micro sound system, I think they call it, and that's got Mimeophon, QPOS, maths, maybe Morphogene, and some other stuff, maybe XPAN or something.
Yeah, that'd be. Yeah,
and it's just like a 104 skiff, and they were talking about putting an XPO in there, maybe.
I mean, that would be a sick combo, like just a stereo monster skiff, which is perfect, I think. Hey, Schmooster, I see you in there too. You're not forgotten. What? Egon replaced the variegate and voltage block panels with
make noise looking. Ooh.
Make noise. I want to check those out. That sounds cool, because I do have just like the stock black panel voltage block, but I really like Make Noise's sort of hieroglyphs and design patterns.
Yeah, I think for the most part, there's some things I don't like as much, but stuff like the Telharmonic is a really nice looking panel. I think the what is it? The Mimeophon has a really good panel. I think all that. They're really good at those aesthetics. It's just sometimes they do sacrifice some readability on some of them. Be a little weird.
Yeah, and I think the readability, I actually think they do okay with readability. The only modules I haven't really like got along with in terms of their design is just like where there's like hidden button combos, and that's not really much to do with like the way they write things. It's just
that's just like a fundamental design sort of thing.
Yeah, and that just happens with some of these like digital modules that can do a ton of stuff and saving and loading and all of that.
Or like the O control looks really cool with the way they do the pads on that.
I mean, all of their like sequencer type or control surfaces, I guess, is a better way to put it. So like they have the Renee and the no-coast and pressure points. Yeah, pressure points is super cool. So yeah, I love that aesthetic. The Micro Freak has a similar sort of keyboardy aesthetic, which I liked. I'm what the heck? I'm an X7, by the way. And I've been digging the aesthetic of like the Basel modules recently as well. Like I think they've done a pretty good job with some of the newer ones.
Yeah, Ikari is a really pretty
module. The Ikari, it's hard to kind of tell on camera, but like it's got a bunch of little tiny dots sort of around the filter cutoff knob that
does
when you're
it?
sort of moving around, lets this white light sort of shine through. It's pretty cool.
Awesome.
Also, when it's next to the Castor and Pollux, I have my Castor and Pollux lights turned all the way up.
Yeah,
brightness.
It like does the glow in behind it.
Yeah, so sorry, I didn't mean to yell. that glows into the dots as well, which is kind of cool. So
yeah, that happens with that, and like whenever I use it next to like Percol or whatever, and you can see like through the faders go rainbow. Or on my Polaris, the Polaris LEDs will actually, it's kind of distracting on Polaris actually, because it will change the color of the Polaris LEDs, so you can't really tell what filter mode it's in. They're just like rainbow.
It's so nice. I mean, I just like, the LEDs behind the jack sockets even. I don't even think they're directly behind or something, but they're enough that they light up the sockets and they light up the things next to it. So like the Icary's diagonal fader, yeah, like you said, like lights up with the rainbow, which is pretty cool. So
that's dope. Castor and Pollux, actually, this is a little bit of a spoiler from the Winterbloom Discord. But I mean, anyone can go on there and see it. But she's working on a revision of Castor and Pollux that has full-size knobs.
Yes,
which will be really cool, I think. Especially the tune knobs have been replaced with like the big like MXR filter like size knobs, which will be just. And then she's working on implementing the quantization code so that can be used as an octave switch, a rotary octave switch, which will just be absolutely phenomenal. I can't wait to see that.
Yeah, I got really hyped up about both of those features. And the mix, I think it's also a clearer design because the mixer section is all trim pots.
Yes.
And then like the primary controls are
big full-size stuff. Yeah. So I'm really happy with how it looks. It's going to be cool, I think.
And get the Castor and Pollux one as well. Like, just room for both.
There's room for both. Yeah. I mean, then you've got a 4-voice. That's like having a 4-voice Juno at that point. With that, if you had a quad filter or whatever. And
What's up, Kyle? Archaic Electro just mentioned that the Qubit modules have a lot of hidden features with button combos, and I agree with that. Sort of. I think there's like, I don't know, the Data Bender is one where like you don't have to remember a ton of this stuff. Once you kind of get it set, you can do the things. Even though there's some mystery, I just know that there's like, I think on let's see, I don't even remember the name of it. The middle one, I think it's Break. There's like a green color. One of them has a green color light, which if I'm on there is like a no. It's the bad mode. Because it like, I think it simulates skips or something, but it like hurts you just as much as a skip on a CD.
I see. Yeah, I don't actually own any Qubit stuff, which I kind of want to change because a lot of their stuff looks really, really cool. Data Bender especially looks like a lot of fun, but that I was looking at the used section. Okay, stores that have used sections for rack is really good, especially Control and Patchworks are the ones I was looking at.
Yeah,
Patchworks has a Qubit Chord V1 for like $120 or something ridiculous like that. I would totally jump on, except for the fact that Chord V1 is like 46 HP or something ridiculous. like it's a cool module and it's cheap, but that is so big for what it does. It's a lot of wasted space on the panel.
Yeah, I mean, I'm okay with that. In certain, like, especially if you're case building or if you're a couple of the folks I've talked to recently have these like Mondo cases, so like perfect for them.
yeah, totally.
Or if you're doing like an enthusiastic electrons and building like a like sort of mini purpose case where you just you got a couple of rails in there and a basic power supply, that plus a couple other modular too is like, I think probably fine.
Yeah, totally. Let's see. It is 28 HP, not quite that big, but it's
28. Okay.
28 HP for like a single, what it essentially is the same as like the music thing, chord organ or something, where it's like, it's different, obviously, but
Yeah. That's cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I don't mind, again, I'm a proponent for large modules when it makes sense. If it's a performative thing, put some extra space in there just for for me.
Yeah, I think that's I think it's a good thing to have room to move around. That's something that a lot of people like. I'm a big fan of miniaturization, but I will say there are sometimes I'll see stuff where it's just not comfortable, or where it's like if people using full size knobs too close together, or using way too many trim pots for everything, can get a little annoying.
Yeah, totally agree.
Mm.
Hold on, I'm going to try pulling up the chat on my phone because
Yeah, I'm like tabbing between. Oh gosh,
like I can't see shit.
that is active.
Let's turn the volume down. There we go.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought I could make the chat like full. Anyway, good enough. Cool. Now I don't have to keep walking away from the camera. Yeah, I mean that's I like having that space. I think Castor and Pollux is like a good example of Castor and Pollux V2 of something that right now it's kind of hard and fiddly the way it's laid out.
Yeah.
But with the new layout, it's going to be there's just somehow
so much easier.
Stargirl made like more space out of nothing.
Well, what she did
like
is
a magician, but
removed the individual outs, and those are going to be relegated to an expander now. So if you want like individual waveform outputs instead of using the built-in mixer, you can do that. But I think it was really clever design-wise, because at least on my Castor and Pollux, I'm almost always using the mix outs, because like if I just want one, I'll just turn down the other waveforms. I don't need them all simultaneously.
And I mean, I typically the only time I am futzing with the individual outs is when I want to like ensure that it's in tune. But with the octave option, with that coming, me bumping the pitch knob is not going to happen nearly as much. So I will never have to do that because it's digital, I don't think.
It's really well. That's one thing. Even right now, it's actually shockingly well to tune for at least compared to some other stuff. I have like a 2 HP analog oscillator that is so impossible to get in tune and so easy to knock out of tune. I was looking at like the Make Noise STO. I was thinking about getting, maybe not anymore after they've announced this XPO thing, but looking at getting an STO, and just I love it, but it's just got a really big tune knob that looks like it could absolutely just accidentally knock out of tune, and then just
right. And I think that was some of the criticism that was showing up in the chat, but I think there's validity in being stressed out about knocking the pitch knob. Like if you're playing with a lot of other instruments, it's really frustrating when all of a sudden like there's just one voice being weird.
I think,
but the way Make Noise like builds their systems, right? Like
they're really good at ergonomics. You're talking about ergonomics,
right?
Yeah. They're really good at making. Okay, so like QPOS is an excellent example. QPOS is a bit of an oversized module for what it does, but I'm actually glad it's the size it is, because there is nothing around the pitch knob. It's or the cutoff knob. It's huge, and you just have so much room to mess around with it, which I think is a standard thing on all filters. Just because it's like it's a no-brainer, I think. What you interact with.
I mean, the QPOT, like, this show is sponsored by Make Noise.
Sponsored by Make Noise,
They've given us actually, we've had to pay them to be sponsored. That's a module that's like at the top of my I would love to try filter list, but also at the I've cut myself off outside of like if there's a utility I need for a thing. Like I just got another set of rack plumbers because I think it's going to solve all of my problems.
It's one more.
It'll just make more problems, but
rack plumbers. That's the
it'll
thing.
Be a nice way to get some stuff between the two cases.
That connects. That's like the thing that uses like the Ethernet cable or whatever, or like HDMI.
I did the the Ethernet version, so that it's just 8 channels. But that's plenty for my use.
Way cheaper to get really long Ethernet cables too.
Yeah, and it says like there might be crosstalk on cables longer than 2 meters or around 6 and a fraction feet. So I started with a 25-foot one. We'll see how that goes.
I
think I just you just fiddle with it until you get 2 channels that aren't cross talking for the audio, and then you can do whatever you want with the rest.
Yeah, definitely. It doesn't hurt to have a little bit of cross talk. Isn't the worst thing.
No, I mean, crosstalk on like a stereo thing and like a performance scenario, like no one's gonna notice that. I don't think.
No.
Could be wrong. Hopefully, there's not like phase cancellation. I don't know. We'll find out. But it's gonna replace my cockpit too, probably, which makes room for the no pass filter.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, 4HP. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have a critical performance feature with the no pass filter.
Yeah. So. Egon will get to try out the no pass filter. I think Egon might even have the no pass filter. I can't remember. But folks like Bartok will get to try it out. Stuff in August. That'll be fun.
Oh yeah, that'll be cool. Are you bringing your big Cosmo around, or?
I am playing in Vegas.
Nice.
At DEF CON on the opening night.
That's awesome.
So I'm going to bring pretty much what you see here, plus Tiny Cosmo and the hay packs. And I'll probably toss the M8 in the bag for like random party stuff. But yeah, so I'm playing there, but also more importantly, the thing I'm more excited about is Egon and I played in the hall. Like we just set up and played in the hallway last year. And like, it was really chaotic and fun because we sort of set it up to where like anybody that walked by can come up and like play and have a blast.
That's awesome.
And like it was the most fun kind of chaos, from like little kids to goons, big security people, and like random furries and Matt Damon. Like a lot of folks came by and played, and it was pretty fun. So we're doing that again this year, but things escalated because I'm going to be bringing I'll probably bring Tiny Cosmo or one of these boxes over, but at night we'll set up, and Bartok's going to be there, and Iggs Boson is going to be there. So, and a couple other folks, it sounds like, that we don't know are going to show up. So I'm very much excited about Sense in the Hall. Yeah.
Sense in the Hall. That's a good band name.
We made some cool stickers because we got really excited about it. Well, I say we, but Bartok had these like made up.
That's awesome, dude.
Synth, SINTH.
I need to get it. You need to bring some of those to Glasgow when you end up coming.
I will. I won't give them all away. I'll keep a handful around for y'all. But yeah, I'm very, very excited for that. And yeah, so that's the synth event of my year. And what else?
I'm working on. I'm hoping to play live a little more this year. I've been there's. I mean, obviously there's the big kind of UK meetup that we're all planning with. In Glasgow.
When is that?
That is going to be late September. I want to say it's like the 20th or sometime that week. Around that region.
I'm checking.
I think it's called Modular Centric. I'm not sure. It's still. I gotta get some of the details. You know better than me about it. It's Kipper Lynch, I think, in the Discord, who's been partially doing some of the organization. But that, and then I was going to play in September at what was previously Noisebox, now called Attack Release. Maybe if everything goes okay this next month. So, or not this next, or this month, and then August as well. So we'll see about that. Just gonna see if I can tour around a little more.
That'll be cool. That'll be really cool. I don't check my dates because I will be in the UK in September, but I'm not probably around then, and definitely don't plan it around me because I'm not bringing any modular. But I will be in the UK or early-ish September, so I might hang out or something.
Yeah, that'll be cool, man. That'll be cool. You should come by.
I'm really excited about that too because I'm going to go hit the Museum of Everything Else for a couple days.
That is, I've really wanted to go down there to Kent It's in Kent, right, or something like that.
Yeah. It's in Ramsgate in Kent. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're in Glasgow, but then you should
Glasgow.
come down.
Weirdly, I really need to. Yeah, it's just it's literally, I think it is the farthest part in the UK from Glasgow I could possibly go.
100%.
All the way at the bottom, the south.
Yeah, it's like
tip of the aisle.
Like I don't even know. Is there a train from Glasgow to like you'd have to go to
It's
London first and then
expensive.
take
No,
a train over? Yeah.
It would be faster to fly to London and then take. Or
Yeah.
it'd be cheaper too, because
Yeah.
UK trains are they're not that expensive if you're only going a short distance, like ScotRail.
Yeah.
Like if you're in Glasgow, if you're taking the ScotRail around, it's like not that bad.
Yeah.
But if you want to go like down into England and stuff, it gets really pricey.
Yeah. I mean, if anyone's around there, like hit me up because I think it'll be fun to go make some noise there.
More meat space meetups.
Yeah. What else? Yeah, I think that's like all the news.
All the news
stuff
yes.
I have to talk about.
We were talking about other new modules that look like fun. I've been seeing, there's this one I've been really looking at that feels like it's been going under the radar, but it's the Unknown Devices Raiju, which is this really tiny, it's this 8 HP percussive synthesizer, he calls it, but it's a digital like wavetable oscillator and then an analog low pass gate and an ADSR. With like, it's got faders and everything, and it looks just like so much fun to mess with.
That's cool.
And so I've been talking to the guy. He's on, if anyone's on the Synth UX Academy Discord, he's pretty active on there.
Oh, I should join that one.
Yeah, you should. It's a really good one. They're doing Simple and all that, which is this interesting prototyping platform. But that Unknown Devices Raiju thing looks really, really cool. And I've been thinking about getting one just because I love digital oscillators, just that kind of just by themselves with an ADSR is a really powerful little thing, I think.
Yeah, I love the flexibility of digital oscillator. Like, I'm sort of the mind that if you've got some nice filters and if you're going to put stuff through some nice filters, the oscillator doesn't matter like a whole lot.
Yeah, because you can get really simple with a waveform and all that.
Right, but when you're cutting the filter out and you're doing interesting things, digital filters really can just shine. And like the M8 has, I think, the Mutable Instruments macro synth engine in it. Yeah. And I get a lot of really good stuff out of that. So
totally, yeah. I think my main digital oscillator I use is Telharmonic, which is, I think Egon mentioned, it's a weird little beast, but it does some really like unique, cool stuff. I really like the fact that they've done it. How they've done it is that there are two separate algorithm outputs. So there's like a phase algorithm and then a phase modulation and then a harmonic output. And the timbral controls will affect those slightly differently, but they still do kind of similar things.
That's cool.
You always kind of know what's going on, but also it lets you get these weird, unique tones. It gets a little too crazy for me sometimes, and I end up using it really like just like a clean digital sine wave a lot. Just because that's like my favorite thing. But, it makes really good, just like kind of gentle noises.
Yeah. Digital does pretty good sine waves too. Weirdly, I mean, they're not like, if you zoom way in, they're like little alias sine waves, but they sound great.
Yeah.
I remember the first time, like I got the MIA because I was recommended to it, and I was like, okay, it's a voice pretty much all in one, blah blah blah. Hex 7 like gnarly sounding things. You'll love the MIA. And I was like, cool. And like I hit like 3 notes on it, and I was like, what is this? Would I ever use this thing for? I was completely nonplussed. Like I'd seen videos of it, and I was like completely irritated by it for like months. And then like, I don't know, like a couple weeks ago, I was like, oh, I should plug that in and try it again. I hit like 1 note on it, and I was like, this is great. Changed nothing.
Sometimes that just happens. A module will take a while before you're like, oh, I actually do like this, you know?
Yeah, like it's cool.
I go through ups and downs like that with like my 4MS, the SMR.
Yeah.
That the spectral multiband resonator, because that thing's so weird and it only really makes like one kind of sound. And so I'll go through periods where I'm like, you know, maybe I should sell this thing. I don't use it that much. And then I will plug it in and it will make just the most incredible sounds ever. I'm like, I can't sell it now. It's like, it's too good. It's just one of those strange modules. It's like situational, but still really, really powerful when it shines, you know?
Yeah, I think there's just like, there's a thing about certain modules that take a minute to sort of get that click of inspiration. Like math took me a long time.
Yeah.
But this one, like, I think the reason I hated it at first, because I don't know, I tried to make like a lead line or something like that. And I was like, this is like the entire audio spectrum in one note. Like, what's happening? Why is this useful? But then the other day I was like, this would be a cool snare, you know, like just like, where is it?
Using it. It's fundamentally like a souped up BIA, right?
Well, it's like a tweaked BIA, right?
Yeah.
But like that every other bar or something was like sweet spot. And then from there I fell immediately in love with it. So I was like trying to full on lead today this morning with it, which is pretty fun. It's a great little thing. And the BIA
everyone likes the BIA.
Well, no, I saw some people complaining about it in New York Modular this morning. Like, I think certain folks don't like when there's an element of unpredictability, and the BIA is one that it's a lot of sweet spots all over the place. But if you're trying to get to a specific sound, if you don't use it all the time, it's a bit hard, because you might get like a gurgly snare instead of like a kick drum or whatever you're after. But that's one that I've loved just about every sound that comes out of it, including bass lines and stuff. So
I feel like that's one of those modules that I don't have yet, but I feel like it's probably a matter of time before I get it. You know, that like I don't have a Platts yet or any derivative of Platts, which I'll probably end up getting one at some point, but I just it looks really fun. It's just I haven't gotten to play with it a lot. Something I just learned about Platts that I thought was really interesting that more people should do on their oscillators is like, so it's got that internal like simulated low pass gate, which I think is really cool. So you can like trigger Platts.
Yeah.
But it's also got its little FM trim pots and stuff, all the harm trim pots and all that.
Yeah.
It has an internal routed decay envelope so that when you trigger it, it will trigger a decay envelope to those by default if you don't have anything plugged into them, which is like a really like kind of weird feature when you're thinking about it, but like in practice is super helpful and really cool. And it's like, I'm just surprised I didn't know about it earlier. Like it's no one really talks about that.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
It's like internal little routings like that are like intuitive and make sure that you don't have like wasted knobs, right? So like the attenuverter on it is either an attenuverter or it's actually doing something, you know, it's actually generating whatever. It's like a control.
Yes. Totally. Trying to think of more modules I have like that. I guess the MIA or the BIA are kind of good examples in that they've got sort of an internal envelope that I think it's just an attack decay envelope on each, which is like, it does the job in like some cases, like that's all you need. But it has the ability to toss in well, I wonder if those knobs are wasted. I haven't tried that, but you can override the envelope is what I was getting at. I don't know.
I think that's cool. Like internal things are like back to Castor and Pollux, like the internal LFO on Castor and Pollux is super helpful because you don't have to waste an LFO just for pitch vibrato, which you would just kind of use. It's got the built-in, it has the attenuator for how far it goes in, and then you can adjust the rate and all that, and like not that bad of a button combo or whatever.
I should use that more, but the reason I think I have it like pretty close to off, like just a
Mm-hmm.
little bit, just because like it's already kind of a gnarly oscillator. Just
Yeah.
like if you haven't put it through a smooth filter or anything, like it already has like some heft to it.
Mm-hmm.
And
Or
yeah,
well, getting to route it into the pulse width is also the other thing that's really cool. You should
yeah,
see, if you haven't updated your caster and Pollux, for any caster and Pollux users. Recently, she also just fixed a
yeah.
bug that's been in there from day one. I always have been wondering about, and I've kind of been like nagging at, like, being like, can you please just look at this, with the pulse width being really like weird and kind of chiptune-y, and it's a really cool sound that doesn't really sound like anything else, but it's because it's like aliasing, like it's not updating it fast enough, so the pulse width always sounds kind of weird. But they
Yeah.
fixed it so it now has like kind of like a more like a clean, smooth pulse width. And so you should update your caster and Pollux if you have it, so you can do that. And additionally, it can be turned on and off, so you can go back to the old behavior if you want.
Well, right. That's what I was gonna say. It's kind of funny because I liked that sound and I still do, but if I update it, I'll just turn it back on.
Yeah, that's fair. That's totally fair. It's been one of the things that like I don't like about it for like bass, for instance. Like whenever I'm using it for like a bass line, I'll do like kind of a dual detuned sub, but I never do kind of like the sort of SH101 sounding like really pulse widthy bass. But because it was always a little too like I think the kind of chiptune crunch sounds better up high.
Yeah, and I keep mine sort of in the mid range a bit. Because I don't really need more pulse width in the bass range.
Yeah, totally. I mean, you've got the big 3340s. But yeah, no, but like, so that I've been looking at a while. I'm kind of jonesing to play with my caster and Pollux because I don't actually have it here with me. It's still back. It's sitting in a box in Signal Sounds right now, and it's not with me. So hopefully I'll get to go back and mess around with it.
It's a great little module.
Yes.
I will probably buy the new version. I mean, I will definitely buy the new version as well.
I'll probably need to get it at some point.
Yeah.
I want to have every single Winter Bloom module. I think would be cool because it's the only company that I'm even close to having like a complete set on. I have like 3 of their 5 modules or whatever that they've got. So,
well, that's what I want is like the Winter Bloom shared systems with not 1 but 2 speak to me's, obviously for stereo purposes.
Totally. The speak to me, I think, would be really fun in just like a tiny little like field case. If you have something that has a mic input so you can sample outside, like just to bring into like the forest,
Yeah.
like a battery on there, and then just
It's such a good, like, it might be one of the modules that I love. Like, I love the aesthetics of that module probably more than just about any other module. Yeah, but I'm also like, but I built my own speakers out of this one, and I never use them, so I probably shouldn't.
Yeah, I think it would shine in a really, really tiny little case.
Yeah.
I just did a stream recently with a really tiny case. That it was always that's interesting. Where it's just like working with really, really strict restrictions is so much fun sometimes. I was actually part because I've just purchased an Ornament in Crime, which and I just built an Ornament in Crime, which is kind of the ultimate like compact utility module, because it can be like 4 full ADSRs in 8 HP or something ridiculous like that. It's but it really shines in just really when you have a really small system and you just need something that kind of powers everything. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, that was a pretty cool stream. I think it qualified for the 3 module challenge. I might be misremembering.
I think it was. I'm trying to think. I think it was like 5 modules actually. I crammed a lot. The back of it. Oh my god! So it's a 3D printed case, but it's a case that has 2 4 HP slots that fix in horizontally, So it's got the modules on the top, and then it's got the 2 modules on the side as well.
Oh, there's side modules.
There's side modules. So I have a U-Zeus on the side, and then I have a music thing startup on the side. So I have clock and mixing and like output coming out the top of it, so it's routed like around. And then the power, you can't put it up standing up because the power switch gets in the way. So it has to be laid flat. But the back of it has like a flying ribbon, and it's just a complete mess. Like it looks awful. But no, it's a lot of fun just to have like absolutely everything crammed in there.
Can we talk about the ornament in crime a little bit, since you just got it?
I'm really liking it as a. I've had multifunction modules before, but I think this is the first one that I've really just been like really in love with, because like it has to do with the screen, I think.
Yeah, it has a nice screen. Well, all of the ones that, I mean, it's I think it's an open source module.
Yeah, I know, definitely.
In every sense, because there's like a gajillion variants of ornament in crime. I think including some Cosmo ones I think I've seen around, but but yeah, it's a multifunction module with, it seems like a fair amount of firmwares too. Like I see Benny spheres pop up a lot.
I use Benny spheres right now, but yeah, the main ones are, it's got its kind of default firmware, which has these bigger 4-channel, because it's like 4 distinct channels of like a trigger/gate in, or well, really it's a digital input, a CV input, and then a analog output. And it's got 4 lanes of that. And so there are some, if you have like the default firmware, that's got like Quantermain and the original Ornament in Crime or whatever, where it's got like these quad things where it will be like 4 channels of whatever. And then you've got hemispheres/Benny spheres, which is like splits it in half, so you can have 2 separate programs running on either half.
That seems really useful, almost like a couple distings or
like
something,
the disting
right?
EX, kind of. But the thing about the disting EX is I think the UI isn't as strong. Hemispheres really shines because it's like the way they've done the UI is it's super intuitive on a lot of them. So like, they'll use a lot of pictures instead of like it being like A 4%, like D 20%. It'll just show you the curve and you can just adjust it like by clicking through. It's like really well done for a lot of them. And they've got little pictures and stuff sometimes, which are adorable.
I think that's kind of necessary for these like multi-function modules. Like we just saw the FX8 Pro XL or whatever they call that thing, come out with a much nicer screen, which I mean, it has a few more like ins and outs and knobs and stuff, but like the biggest upgrade I think is the screen where you can actually sort of see what you're doing and everything's labeled.
You don't have to memorize like, 4 lights on in this combination is my reverb, like whatever.
Right. But the green light is.
I can stand that if it's really small. So like I have a Pico DSP that I actually don't mind the UI on the Pico DSP, but I've had it long enough where I've had to memorize like, that's the feedback. If it's blue, then I know these are 2 multifunction knobs. But it would be way better if it just had a little screen that just told you exactly what everything does.
Yes.
And so, especially with something where it's like effects, where it's like, you've got like weird effects and you've got multiple of them, it limits how much you can put on there, because obviously no one wants to scroll through 20 colors of 20 different effect algorithms, and you have to have a fucking scorecard, like a reference card out at all times to know what's going on.
And like you kind of need it to do what you want it to do with effects, at least on the first try. If you're guessing and you hit the wrong knob to like do the dry wet mix or something, and you actually turn up like the feedback loop or something.
Totally.
Like you can play that off, but like the cat nip module is a tiny module, so it's entirely forgivable. It's also a joke module. But between power cycles, it forgets its state, like which effect it's on, because you push a button to cycle through the effects.
Yeah.
And that's one where like if I don't think I could ever use it in a live or an in-person performance. On streams I'm a little less like I'm more forgiving if things don't go right, but on a live performance it would be like, oh shit, that was the distortion instead of the bit crusher, and like the volume was way high or something, like stuff like that can happen. So I prefer a screen just for confirmation for my sanity.
Yeah, definitely. And I've been holding off on that. That's the only module I have right now that has a screen. I've got things with 7 segments, but nothing with an actual like, OLED. And now that I have it, I want to design a module with a screen on it. Like, I love the flexibility with the UI to be a little more creative than just having a 7-segment display there. Because they're cool, whatever, it's classic, but it can get a little boring. I like it when you can do like a weird font or like use a little picture. Like I love on Ornament and Crime, it has a metronome app that has a picture of a metronome that animates to like how fast it's going, which is like that's awesome. Like I want everything to be like that.
I think the danger with screens that causes a little heart flutter for me is there are the modules that have like a pretty large screen typically, and then they have like a modular inside of that one module.
Yeah,
where you're like connecting things, and like
what's the one, like the Hector or whatever, the one with
there's a handful. Like there's digital, there's like voices, like a 4-voice one that was pretty cool. I think they're shutting down their doors, so that one's not going to be available. But like those types of things are where I'm like a little bit stressed out by screens, because like I don't want it to do too much in a little space.
Yeah, it's always the risk of introducing too many menus. I mean, Ornament and Crime, I would say, even is already pushing the limit at the number of menus it has, because it does have, like, it's got the way one really big pet peeve I have about it is the internal clock. Because it has an internal clock source that you can use that can be BPM synced and then routed through both of your things, which is super helpful if you want to use it as like your master sequencing for your system. But also you have to like hold down 2 different buttons, and then like starting and stopping the clock is like a hold thing. And I just wish there was a button that just took you to the clock page instantly or whatever.
Yeah, it's like just because it can, maybe it shouldn't in some cases.
Exactly. That's the thing I think designers tend to do, is they're like, oh, I have a screen, I can add in as many sub menu and little things as I want, and like because it's a screen, it's fine, because you can always just tab back to your main thing. It's like, that's cool or whatever, but as a user, because I mean, you could make the argument that like if you don't want to use the further configuration, just don't use it. But also, if it's there, you want to be able to edit the module to however much control the designer's given you.
Yeah.
And so I think it should either be like closed off, where it's like, even if it could do more, you should like limit it, or even relegate settings like that you wouldn't use as often to something like a web editor. I think is a good thing. And I think more things should do a web editor, because then you can use a computer with nice big controls.
I want to come back to that idea in a second, because I think there's a huge potential for that. But I want to talk about one more screens, because there's a handful of screen types, right? Like you've got a single LED, right? That's maybe RGB. That could be a screen, right? Like you can get a fair amount out of that. Like the OPZ uses those pretty much, and I have a good idea what's happening because they're pretty consistent. Then you have, going up a step in fidelity, like the 7-segment displays, which are great for like tuners, right? Whatever. But there's like an in-between, like an OLED screen and the 7-segment, which I really like with the Rample, which is it's a matrix screen. There's single color lights, but a matrix of like, what is it, 5 by, I don't know, 20 or something.
I think Disting Mark IV does that too as well. I don't own one, but it looks like
it does. And also it's in the other case, but the Dot has, those are I think bicolor LEDs or something, or maybe it's RGB, I don't know. But those are the sweet spot for me, because I think they're A, really cool looking, B, they're a bit limited. Like
you can't do that much.
Right. Yeah. It's limited in fidelity, so you actually have to like sort of carefully consider the interface. similar to like other no screen modules. So I think those are like my sweet spot. But I think there is also room for something, I don't know if it has a screen or not, but like you said, with a web interface where you can swap things out. And that one I want to have like a USB on the front, you know?
Yeah, that's something.
So
A
you don't
USB
have
on the
to,
front.
yeah.
Really, what I wish you could do is you could just like connect into it through like Wi-Fi or something. Like you could wirelessly just go from your computer into it. That would be super cool. Or like even or like Bluetooth or something. I don't know. I'm sure that introduces a whole string of like noise issues or something. Or having an
Well,
antenna.
no, I mean, maybe, but I think the problems there is that Bluetooth and Wi-Fi is like a whole can of worms
Yeah.
for multiple reasons. Um, like I was just watching some talks about like building badges for DEF CON, which are essentially like little random devices people have put together. Um, and just even them talking about Wi-Fi and Bluetooth is like somewhat a nightmare.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
I think
yeah.
wireless would be cool. But I think you could even do that something similar with maybe even a little bit easier than USB in terms of form factor is just an SD card. Like,
I was gonna say I like SD cards on the front. The radio music does a really good job with that, or Chord Organ, where if you want to
yeah,
set the configuration settings, you just pull that out and then open a text file, and then you got it right there, um, which is really handy.
I mean that's my preferred way to do updates.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and it opens up some possibilities. Like you could get into sample playback if you wanted, or
Yeah.
have some configuration files, which I think is actually even a cooler thought. So, um, like with the score pyramid, there's instrument files, definition files,
Mm-hmm.
which let me like set where CC things are and stuff like that. And I don't
Oh,
know,
that's
like
nice.
it would depend on the function of the module, but it'd be cool to have something like that where you could like pop open
Mm-hmm.
a text file, change a few settings, without even having to do any menu diving or anything.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Without even or opening a program or anything, it's just like
Yeah, you
Notepad on
don't
your
need to connect a
computer.
web editor or anything, or
Mm-hmm.
web, yeah, anything like that. So I think an SD card is actually kind of a nice interface. The
Mm-hmm.
downside is sometimes you do usually have to restart the module, which could be somewhat difficult. Like if you need to like hold down a button and like turn on your case if the power button's not in a convenient spot or
Yeah.
something. But it's usually not too bad.
It's
Like
nice
when I
when
update the
modules
rample.
have like the Winterblue ones have a reset button on the back that just reboots the module when you hit it,
Yeah,
which
yeah.
is cool.
But it's on
But
the
that
back though, and
it's on
that's
the
the
back.
thing.
That's one of the peeves of it. Is like you can't disconnect it at the front. The big honking button is I think worse than caster and plugs because I don't want to adjust that as much. The big honking button is like if you want to load any more samples onto it, if you want to change its behavior with like the code and stuff, you have to pull it out of the case, and it's at an awkward angle where you can't even route a USB cable behind. So
And that is the number one reason I don't update digital modules, is that
yeah.
I just don't like taking them out of the case. It's pretty
Mm.
non-trivial as far as like the technical side of things, but I just don't want to take it out of the case. Whereas the Rample, I just pop out the card,
And then you're just updating it.
drop a file in there and put it back in. And I actually, because of some previous power supply issues that I no longer have, my adapter in Cosmo here has an on-off switch just for the adapter. I made a little bus just for that,
Oh my god.
so I can flip it on and off. Pretty trivial,
Mm.
because right now, I guess this case is does this one does have. Yeah, it does have a power switch for the whole case, but before it didn't. Um, yeah, I don't know.
Mm.
Uh,
Yeah, digitally, like updating and changing settings like that. That's another thing I like about it. I mentioned the Raiju earlier. Another thing I like about it is that it is configurable via web editor um, when you connect it via USB or whatever. Again, not on the front, but it's still. I think I think it's okay. That one's interesting. It's a little more configurable because it's got 4 sliders and they do different things depending on what layer you're on. So you're either on a synth parameter layer or you're on an ADSR layer or whatever. Right? So it's like either adjusting your
yeah,
ADSR parameters and then
yeah,
they catch as well. So instead of it being like they update just when you move them, they update when you hit the value that you got at. So
yeah. I
which I think is
think I think that's how the voltage block works And
yeah,
I can't tell if I love it or hate it. On some things, I actually hate it, but
I've never tried it, so I can't say necessarily if I like or not dislike it. But
yeah,
anyways, the point is
yeah,
you can change. It's got CV inputs for those 4 faders, and you can change whether you want them to go to ADSR settings or if you want them to go to synth settings. So
yeah, that's cool.
which
That's
is
cool.
neat, I think, because then you can be like, oh yeah, this is, I want to have control of my pitch. Or if you don't really care about control of your pitch as much because it's like you're using it as like a weird drum, then you can just make that like attack or something like that.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, and I'm not criticizing. To be clear, I'm not criticizing module makers on like
No, yeah,
making us remove stuff. Like it's
a
I don't even know if
compromise.
there's like a right angle USB like or perpendicular to the board USB connector. There probably is, but
There
like
are, but I think they're a lot more expensive from the man and harder to source.
yeah, I wonder
I
if the
think.
depth is wrong too or something. But yeah, that's I mean I
I mean, it's the
totally
reason that you'll see like modules either use like a full size USB port, like how the Qubit stuff does it, where they've got an actual like thumb drive you put in, or you'll see them with really big like the Type B connectors on the front sometimes. Because I think it has to
totally
do with height. Because using like USB-C or something on the front is like too low, so you need like a little extra adapter board or something, which is
right, and that's where it gets really funky when you start having multiple boards and connectors between boards.
yeah, it's just
The build costs go up pretty quick.
mm,
So that I understand. But the SD card one is like the wrong size, really. But the good thing about it is actually just a little bit longer, like a little bit too tall,
yes,
which
it
is
sticks out a
fine.
bit
Yeah,
because it's like it's still going to be shorter than your knobs or whatever. Um, and now that there are more, that's one of those parts that I think Eurorack manufacturers have kind of made easier to source because it's sort of a weird part, but
yeah,
because people like the radio music user or whatever, Thonk has a good supply of them, and so you can buy those parts for them if you're from Thonk if you're designing something where it's like, oh yeah, this weird specific part that would only be that useful in Eurorack, like the Thonkacons, for instance, like the jacks everyone used, whereas like that I think before modular and stuff wasn't a terribly useful connector, but now that people are doing it, it's like everyone needs it.
that's great.
Mm.
Egon saying they prefer the hold a button down on startup and play an
Into the
audio
module
file into the
volume.
module.
I've
I
done
did that
that
a bunch of
before.
times and I hate
Yeah.
that because you have to have the audio levels like kind of in a sweet spot.
I I always find it funny because then I like when you can listen to the firmware file because it's totally like crazy. You know, that's complete non sequitur here. Kind of a complete non sequitur, but there is a with if you're ever trying to jailbreak like hack a 3DS, a Nintendo 3DS, there's a way there's a bunch of different exploits but to inject custom code into the 3DS firmware that's like where it's got little back doors where you can get in. And one of them used to be called Sound Hacks, where you would download an audio file and then go into the 3DS sound player and play it. And it would like break the 3DS into letting you execute custom firmware on it, which is just like the craziest shit ever.
That's
Um,
so cool. I mean, now
3DS
I'm thinking about it in hindsight because the only things I have that update like that, or you can restore back, like you have the pocket operators which back up and restore that way, right?
oh,
And then
do
I
that,
had
yeah.
the Volca sample, which is how you updated it, the one.
Mhm.
Um,
Doesn't that one have an SD card on it?
the
Are
new
you?
one might.
Oh, okay.
I
Oh,
don't know. The old one definitely did not.
that
Uh,
seems like a weird feature for a sampler to
Super
not
weird.
have.
Yeah, so to get samples on it, you actually have to connect your phone to it and have the Chord Volca sample app, which is finicky to get files into because you actually have to sort of, yeah, and it's a whole thing,
That
right, to get a
sounds
sample into
insane.
it and
Yeah.
manage your samples that way. But now I'm thinking I kind of want to get the system update audio file for the sample,
And like
drop that
sample
into
it
my M8, right, like and make
and
music
like
with it.
make it into a chiptune lead or something. Like,
Yeah, drop it down a few octaves,
yeah,
see what you can get
totally.
out
Oh
of
my
it.
God. Yeah, the only thing I've had to do that with is I think all the 4MS modules update that way. So I think I've had to update my SMR and maybe my dual looping delay by playing in an audio file after putting it into a mode. Mutable
Yeah.
might do it for a couple of them as well. But it's a funny, weird way to do it, and I love the creativity. I like the concept of it, even if it's a kind of a pain. It's like the sort of weird, cool factor outweighs it for me.
I mean, I get it, right? Like, I think Korg was in a situation where they needed to make this cheap device, and they were like, well, how do we get samples into it? What world does it make sense to develop an app that
Yeah.
then like
Oh,
goes into it? But I guess I mean, it gives the user a microphone or other audio inputs into the app. So like,
that's
it's pretty clever, but it sucked.
Yeah, that's
um,
fair. I think with samples, it's like you really got to have, if it's something that, especially if it can't record samples directly on the machine as on the
yeah,
sampler, you need to have
yeah,
an SD card. Like, I don't think you can do it any other way. Even USB, it's like a drive, sure, whatever, but like SD card, because you might already have an SD card with samples on it, or whatever. And you can make it really big if you want to have a bunch of hi-fi samples. So
yeah.
you can
And you
have
know
like,
what? Like the M8 and the Ramp will do a really good job, but even the Rample isn't as good as the M8 in that the Rample requires 16-bit samples, mono or
uh-huh.
stereo,
And it can't be
whereas
32.
right, well, or whatever, right, and the M8 will take just about anything, and there's pitch limitations with samples, right? Like if you like typically samplers are streaming from an SD card rather than holding them in memory,
Yeah.
which means the way they play back, or the speed they play back, is limited to the read speed essentially. So they can only go up so many.
Octaves before it.
Right, and to get around that, the M8, what they made is they've got a sample editor where you can just downsample it. So instead of me like
Oh,
having to fiddle with it in Audacity or whatever to downsample it to 16-bit or whatever, I can just like click a button, save it as a new sample, and all of a sudden I get some pitch ranges and stuff like that. And I can even go further than that. So I think if you're making a sampler out there, that's like a pretty sweet feature.
yeah, that's awesome.
Is it? Yeah.
I've really been looking into getting a proper nice sampler because I've been using. I almost bought a KO, a pocket operator, but I realized it might not be. I don't know. The UI looks a little fiddly to me.
Well, we can talk about that in a sec. But
Yeah.
yeah.
But like I've been looking at something like the squid sample has been really looking nice recently to me, just because you can record into it with modular. You can assign, it's got assignable CV parameters that you can assign to anything, and it can do like reversing and
Yeah.
chopping and
Yeah.
slicing stuff and all that. And then
Yeah.
it's got the expander, so you can just add as many CV ins as you want, which is like awesome. Or like you can add like 3 or 4 more, which is just, that's so cool. And so I've been really looking at it. I've been jonesing for it because there's a if you've seen that new Stolper Beats
Yes.
module. If we could
Yes, I
talk about
have.
Stolper Beats for a bit.
That's actually probably one of the coolest looking modules as well.
That thing looks like fun. Like
Yeah. And it's only got 3 screws.
yeah, it's only that's weird. That's weird. I'm a little mad about that one, but no, it's it is a really fantastic idea because it's something where it's like it's a completely unique drum sequencer, and that like no one has really made something where it's just like absolutely wonky, like completely. I mean, totally like shuffly, kind of like a
Yeah.
modular like hip hop is if you want to like use it for that.
Yeah.
Which is kind of almost unexplored territory. I mean, I know ModBap is that's sort of the idea behind ModBap, a lot of their modules, I think, but
Yeah, for sure.
because ModBap actually stands for, it's like modular boom bap is the idea. But
And I mean, the reason their modules are so sick is they're like designed with performance in mind. Anyway, sorry.
exactly, yeah.
ModBap is awesome.
ModBap's awesome. I want all the ModBap modules. But no, but like Stolper Beats, it's just like it seems just like the way that it's all laid out is cool. I love, if you're talking about screens, that one's got a really interesting way of doing screens because it's like a matrix of lights, but they're kind of sort of weird, and sort of it's like very customized.
Yeah, it's very clever. But to back up to the sample, and
Yes.
Egon was mentioning the Bitbox Micro, like they're both really pretty boss.
Yes.
modules, the and
Mm-hmm.
both of them have the advantages in that you can record audio into them.
That's something that seems like it should be a standard feature on like every sampler. Like it's like
Let's talk
not
about. I
every.
just want to talk about that for a second because I had the Morphogene, which is a sampler, right, and it allows recording in.
Yeah.
And the problem I ran into typically was like I'm recording in things that I already have, so like the sounds I'm already playing with, so whether it's drums or synths or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's why I think the morphogene gets used a lot as more of an effect. But I think with a sampler, like a dedicated sampler like these, like you could record something in like now and maybe not use it in the same track, or maybe so, I don't know. But then like you've got that in there for the next track you make, which I think is cool because then you
Yeah.
can change your voices around and all of that. I just didn't do that very often.
Mm-hmm.
So I was much happier actually like curating samples via the Rample,
Yeah. I
which
think
you can do with both of those.
I think it depends. Like something with like drums, it's like sometimes you'll have a drum kit or whatever. It's like I don't really want to change my drum, or I don't want to try and make my own drum sounds per se all the time.
Right.
You'll have like this is the kick I like, and I have my kick sample or whatever. Or you have a bank of kick samples that you're like, these are nice. I like these. I'm not gonna get better. Or they'll be acoustically recorded or something like that.
Yeah.
But like I do think it's nice, especially with like the sample or whatever. It's nice to have that option, especially with the flexible features of like being able to take a part of your rack and or like a voice, record the voice and sample the voice, and then unpatch it and use those modules for something else. That's something that seems valuable, especially if you're in kind of space limited situation.
100%. And I think there is no better drum set than a sampler in a space limited situation. Like any of the ones just mentioned would be a great idea. Egon's also said that the Bitbox Micro has a good capability to cleanly trim recorded samples. Like I think that's pretty cool. I think the Bitbox Micro has a screen, doesn't it?
The Bitbox Micro has a large touch screen actually.
Yeah,
it's like a
so you can
large 4-inch. I think that's actually valuable for a sampler because you want to be able to see the waveform and like zoom in and like cut things down, especially if you're using something longer, like you're trying to chop up a break or something. You want to be able to see those transients and like get it like so it hits right on the snare or something like that.
Exactly.
I use my Norns for that right now, which it does an okay job. It doesn't let you zoom in on the sampler algorithm I have, or not algorithm, script, whatever. But like the Norns is limited by the fact that it doesn't have CV inputs, and I have to use it with MIDI, and it's super noisy, and it's uber menu divey and all that. So I'd like to replace it at some point with something like the sampler or the Bitbox, or even just like maybe even like an MPC or something crazy. But
right, and I think I'd probably lean toward the Bitbox Micro, even though I think the artwork on the sample is
I like the aesthetics of it too. It's like
but just because I still have a little bit of like stress, I stress out a little bit thinking about like some of the times in the Morphogene where I was trying to like, you can set markers on a sample in the Morphogene, right? So like I want it to start playback here, 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 and here. So if you are breaking up or chopping up a break, drum break or something, right? Things start where they're supposed to. And I spent so much time like trying to do just like one break when it probably would have been faster to like take the SD card out,
and
which you can do with that. Put it in my computer, open up Ableton, add a bunch of markers or whatever software you're using. You could add markers in there and then go back. But I think the Bitbox Micro prevents that because like who wants to like
who wants to do that without a screen? Like you don't have a screen. It seems like one of those things where
it's just like timing and praying. Like
that's awful. I know it's too stressful. Yeah, no, I'm looking at the Bitbox now. It looks really. It also has MIDI in, so you could control it with like your MIDI sequencer instead of it having to be like, or like you could mix and match. I think it's important to be able to have the ability to kind of do like a mixed thing.
Right?
So or have like pre-recorded samples and then your own recorded samples and then just like mix and match them flexibly, like
and I think the Bitbox Micro just has a lot of that built in. The Rample is like pretty much the sweet spot for me because it also has MIDI in and MIDI through
Oh, nice.
you module developers always a MIDI through. Anyway, but it also has triggers for each sample, so that's pretty cool. You can do either. I like MIDI through because it's way tidier, and like you can do a lot of performative things if you've got a MIDI sequencer, all that stuff.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, I would probably end up still sequencing my sampler from my key step. It's just so it'd be either I'm using my 8 CV outputs, or like they're my 8 analog gate outputs, or I would be using just MIDI through or whatever. It could be either way. I don't know if the Squid has MIDI in actually. I don't think it does.
Yeah, it doesn't. I don't think.
No.
The other thing that set the Squid apart for me, in terms of how I wanted to use it, in that I think the Squid is actually better. Because of the way it's laid out, I think it's pretty good at, like, if you've got a break, like hopping around throughout that single sample break really creatively. Like a sample on hold or whatever you're using to send that CV and start point. And you can do that with the Rample, but the thing that I wanted more than that was the ability to have, I think it's up to 12 samples on a single track. So it can be like 12 kicks, all slightly different.
All like layered on top of each other?
Not layered, but it cycles through them either in order or randomly, depending on the setting, which is what I really love. So like if I go to, I'm already on the Furby, but like I have a couple of these just with one sample. So like always going to be that, right? But on the first one, I have a mix.
That's awesome. Yeah.
Right. But just like, that's an easy one to tell the difference. But I have that like on a lot of the stuff. I really like that. So like there's some samples I sometimes use that I recorded of just me like messing around with stuff in the garage. So like one of the tracks is just a bunch of different samples of me like shaking that screw like peanut butter jar that everybody has or whatever. There's a coffee tin or whatever. I have that. Right. And they're also, slightly different, a little bit different in pitch. And some of the samples I chopped up to be just a little bit like they start a little bit late.
So it kind of adds like a random swing to it.
Yeah. So I enjoy that aspect of it too. And you could do the same thing with the sample or any of these. You just set markers instead on one long sample.
Yeah, no, totally. I think Eurorack sampling it's an interesting little world. The problem is you always are going to be kind of immersed in menu diving, which like sucks or whatever. But it's like it's sampling. You have to kind of. It's one of those things where having the low level control is really helpful.
Yeah, and so it's
and it can be a set it kind of forget it thing. It's like.
And this is a good example of what we were talking about in terms of screens. Like you've got the sample, which has, I think, no screen, right? Really?
The sample has a screen, actually. It's small, but it is a screen.
Like a teeny tiny one. The Rample has like a larger but lower fidelity screen.
And then the Bitbox is a massive touchscreen.
Yeah. And it's really cool. Like, Robbie Egon was just saying like it can also do multi-sample, which is kind of cool. I didn't even heard of that, where you can
awesome.
Right, like you can set a sample per octave so that like if you are playing a piano, by the time you get to the high or low octave, it's not just like distorted, crazy digital artifacty sample. It's like the high octave of piano. It won't sound perfect, but it'll sound good.
SP404, someone Device X has mentioned. Another one I was looking at, the 404 Mark II looks like a really cool machine.
Yeah.
But again, that's like you make a whole track. It's like a whole track groove box for like optimized for like hip hop kind of stuff.
And just like some shout outs to like Device X mentioned the Nutella is a pretty cool one. I don't know a lot about it. I've just seen a couple folks.
That's
cool stuff with it.
It's a port of or like a modular breakout for the Tsunami Wave Trigger, which is a really cool little board.
Yeah.
That thing's kind of like. Oh yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say that thing's like just like a 30 channel radio music, basically, kind of.
Yeah. And I was going to talk about the Wave Trigger. That's like, Look Mom No Computer has a module, I think a few of them, where they're like a giant. It's like 3 of these buttons, or maybe 4, and that's just using the Wave sample, which is kind of an expensive little board, but it's like awesome.
$50 or $60. Yeah, no, it's
because I looked into that too, but the big honking button was out, and I only wanted one sample, and that sample happened to be a goose.
Yes.
But also the Queen of Pentacles was something that had my eye. Like it's not a sampler per se, but you can load a sample in a drum slot, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, it's got one or two slots for Queen of Pentacles. I really like the Endorphins drum thing. The Black Noir doesn't appeal to me as much, but the Queen of Pentacles I've seen looks really cool because it looks like it's like a unique modular 909 basically. But it does have a couple really weird design choices on it that I don't like. SD card on the back. Like it's like you have to use like a screwdriver trim for the kick drum tuning, or kick drum tuning is on the back or something weird. It's got a bunch of kind of questionable features, but
so let's I don't want to like
not the shit
hate on it because it's an awesome, it's pretty much a near perfect concept that's executed like pretty dang well. With a few opinions here and there, like the SD card on the back, I can give it like it kind of sucks, but like the thing that's cool about it is you get like the analog kick drums, and I don't know that they played a ton with those before. Like the drum brute impact is pretty awesome in that you have, I don't know, an octave or two or something for the pitch. Super duper useful. Mess with that all the time. And very performative. So that would have been cool. And like adding big long tails to things, like there's just a handful of small things, but the fact that it's also combined with a couple of, like, I don't remember how many, at least 2 digital drum like sample tracks. That means you get your analog fix. And then if something is not to your liking, like maybe the snare isn't snappy enough or whatever the thing is, you can load in a snare sample or whatever to like sort of complete your drum kit, which is pretty dang awesome. I would have bought it if it had a MIDI input.
What, the Queen of Pentacles?
Yeah.
It doesn't not. Oh, it's only got aux in it. Yeah, I know it doesn't have a MIDI input, huh? No. Yeah. I think it's really cool. The other thing that I think is really unique on it is the fact that it's got the built-in effects engine. It's really neat. Because you can have, I think, 2 different effects going at the same time. So you can have like a compressor and a reverb, and it can like, or like a gated reverb type thing where you can get totally like complete drum mastering, and then the big filter knob in the middle and all that crazy stuff. Just like right there, which I think is super neat for like drums, because then you don't have to use up your own multifunction multi effects.
Yeah. And also, Forrestine mentioned the radio music sampler, which is pretty cool as well. Totally slightly different format than the other ones we've been talking about, but it's pretty cool. I love that, like the changing channel features is sort of a way to sort of cycle between banks.
It's like, it's really cool. One way I use it, and having the CD input, one way that I use it a lot is I have a bank full of just a woman saying every single letter of the alphabet. And so what I'll do is I'll put and it has the sample start, right? I'll put the sample start so it misses just the initial consonant of it, and just her saying kind of just like the sort of vowel sounds. So it's like a, u, a, u, whatever of each.
What do I have that has that? Anyway, go ahead.
And then just using the station and like putting a sequence, like a step, some kind of step sequence onto the station, and it just like making this really interesting kind of percussive. It's sort of like a Boards of Canada sounding thing. They did that a lot, where it would just be like whatever. Or sometimes the nice thing about radio music too is it's really easy to just have like 3 minutes. I have the entirety of Carl Sagan's Pale Blue Dot speech on here, and so I'll just play that out and have it loop reset every like, you know, whatever 8 bars or something, and then just put it through a VCA and just and use it like a percussive element, which is so much fun.
That's how I was. That's similar to how I was using the Loopman Error Instruments sort of tape cassette thingy, because it has an FM radio, so I would like tune it to our only local radio station.
I have this on my desk as well. Speaking of things, this is one of my rarer modules I have, is the Xavier Gazan CV tape station.
Yeah.
So there were only 8 of these made, and this is his first prototype of a more improved version. So he has one that is slightly more souped out, where it can actually record onto the cassette, and it can record on a cassette, and then it's got an FM radio and stuff built in.
Yeah, that's essentially what this is.
Yeah. This has, the thing about this that's unique is it has CV control over tape speed.
Yeah, that's the same with this one too.
Same with that, yeah. And it's a really shitty like Walkman. Like this is like a US like something you would, it's on like an Amazon or something. It's absolutely
they're terrible, and it's brilliant.
It sounds incredible. No, it sounds
good.
absolutely phenomenal. I got to take this back. This, and then I have another. I have that right next to me also. My Marantz. I need to take back like my mini cassette deck because I want.
There's like a whole. It's actually kind of hard to record on these, I learned, because I hadn't done any tape looping. And if you're not familiar, there's usually like a 5 or 6 second tape loop on the cassette. And where the tape has been spliced together, there's a little bit of a gap where it just like cuts out a little bit. Like hitting that gap in the right spot is the trick. I was trying to record something that I wanted to use for the intro for what I'm playing in August. I tried so many things. Like we're talking like I had every vocoder option I had. I was going through those to try to make some cool stuff. And there was this sample from an older skittish and bus track from a previous DEF CON that I just messaged him. I was trying to avoid using other people's stuff, So I was messaged him. I was like, hey, I would really like to use this for this performance. I'm happy to pay you. I just need just this little clip. And they were like, cool. So skittish and bus are really cool. They're cool on Twitch, but here's the sample.
Yeah, play it.
Right?
That's awesome.
It's the perfect length and it loops perfectly. And that was the first try recording it. And I was like, all right, I should just ask them. So I'm really excited about that because I'm going to do that and then cut into some,
I've always wanted to mess with tape loops. I've never managed to get actually the thing where you're taking apart the tapes and stuff and making the really low splices. My idea for that is I want to record a Mellotron flute onto that and then try and see if I can calibrate this to be kind of melodic so I could sort of play it like a real not a real Mellotron, but a really janky little Mellotron line type thing.
Yeah.
I don't really use, weirdly enough, I don't really use the tape, the CV version of this tape, the CV feature of this tape machine that much because it's really finicky to get it actually working because it won't actually start up until you've reached a certain voltage. And so it's got an offset and then it's got an attenuator on it.
Oh, interesting.
Extremely delicate with it. And it's these tiny little trim pots. So
I think a lot of them, I think this is an interesting circuit bending problem that's been tackled by a bunch of different people because it was interesting on this particular module. There's actually credits on the back to I don't know, 6 to 8 people.
Gazala, I bet.
Yeah, and I'm sure it's just a remat, their version of an optimal mashup between these other circuit bent tape players, and it does pretty good job. It does everything as expected. I mostly got it because it was a module that I thought was really cool looking.
It's just awesome having a an actual cassette thing right there. It's awesome. Loop man.
And you know what? Tuning the radio to static and recording just 6 seconds of static with the cutout as hats is the glitchiest, coolest hats because every once in a while there's one that's missed or partial or the static's varying. It's pretty fun. It's a really stupid use of it, but that's how I like to use it. So.
No, it's cool. I would just, what I used to do is my father collects new age cassettes and there's some really weird ones out there, but just having one of those going really, really slowly in the background of a track is really fun. Or what I'll do is I have this little Marantz deck, which is like it's a PMD 221 or something, which is a really nice little unit. It was used for like film and stuff, so that's why it's all compact. But I'll record something onto that, and then I'll slow it down and put it through the fucked up one, and then just slow it down more, and just have that as the recording of my track, just like as a post processing effect of just put it on cassette and slow it way down.
That's cool. Yeah, I think I'm a little bit worried. Like the reason I don't do a lot of that stuff, even though I think it's really fun, is because of copyright. DMC takedown notices and stuff like that. DMCA takedown notices. Like I think that's super abused. But like somebody tried to recruit me for a company that essentially does that. Like that's their job, is building software to like protect the artist, but really they're protecting like the labels and stuff. But they're not doing shit for the artist anyway. They contacted me, which is a huge mistake for them. And B, the claims they were making were like, oh, like they were proud of this.
Yeah.
Because like out of curiosity, I met with them because I was like, oh, fucking no way in hell, but let's see what they have to say. This could be fun. And they were like, oh yeah, we can pick up, less than a 1 second clip of something playing in the background of somebody's YouTube video.
It's like, why are you proud of that? It's like, really? Are you really
being with pride?
Like that's the kind of thing where it's like, you're not like, aside from the fact that obviously fair use, like 100% applies in that kind of scenario, but it makes it so it's like, you're really not harming the artist or label in any way by using, 2 seconds of Stairway to Heaven or some shit,
Yeah, like, I mean, you're preaching, like I gave him a mouthful, but so like that freaked me out a bit. So that's why I'm like extra paranoid. So like when I am using like the radio, it's like very small, extremely stuttery fractions here and there, just so that it's less, like less than that 1 second. Anyway,
that's so fucked up. Yeah.
And the problem, anyway, Ben Jordan did a recent video, I think yesterday or the day before, on piracy that goes into some of this stuff. Worth a watch, I think, if this stuff frustrates you, because it talks about these kind of essentially very, in my opinion, evil companies and bad practices. So
it's just not in good faith for anyone. It's like one of those things where it's like, it's the same thing like behind, not maybe a weird comparison, but it's like, or I don't know. It's just like, it's just harming. It does way more harm than good. It's just capitalism, corporate shit.
Yeah, and I don't know, Egon's pointing out that we get copyright strikes on generative patches. Like we get copyright strikes fairly regularly on weird stuff. Like okay, if there's like a video of like a scene from I don't know, an X-Men movie or something, like cool, copyright strike. It's still fair use, but like you can kind of expect that with YouTube. But this is like generative modular, like there's no, like you can't.
It's just it shows how shit their algorithms are, because they're like, oh yeah, more than less than 1 second. It's like you're picking up totally false leads, and then they'll strike it, because it happens way more often.
Yeah, we did. I got one finally, a copyright strike on the EMS channel, not on my channel for the same exact video, just the EMS channel. Weird. And I was like, dang, because like my music's like pretty generic and like not like it's the same. I'm sure like it's the same patterns that other people have played before, in that sense. So I'm like not surprised by it. And then like I got to see the claim and like looked at when it started, and I was like, okay, I listened to that, and they said, okay, it's this song that you're ripping off. I'm like, okay, well, I'll go find this song.
Yeah, you told me about
right. Like, and all I had was the name of the song, not an artist or anything. So I like looked on Spotify for that song, because I was like, well, if they're copyright striking, maybe it's on Spotify. And I listened to like every song, including a DC Talk song, which was painful. And I get to this one that was like, I think it was like a hip hop song that had like legit sounding like almost the same BPM, almost the exact same, like pretty much the exact same bass line, like everything sounded almost identical. And then I looked at the release date, and
it was like after
the first time I streamed it was like, well, yeah, the first time I'd streamed this was like a few months before that came out, and I was like, like it doesn't matter because it was just the warning version or whatever. But it felt good for me to contact them, and they removed the strike, which is cool.
Yeah, that's like, that's just awful though. It's just it's because it's like, I mean, I am of the mind, I guess, to sort of final thought, I guess, on that for me is like, if you're gonna do it, I feel like being overbearing on that. I would rather that they let just the few ones slip through the cracks, as opposed to hit all these like false negatives where they're just like, getting people who don't want to be strike. Like, I think it's infinitely worse for them to be copyright striking people who don't deserve to be copyright strike than it would be if they just let through some of the people who maybe were violating it, that kind of thing. It's like, does more harm than good. Obviously that's not profitable or whatever, not good for their business, whatever. But
they're all about the claims in court and stuff like that. It's a whole. Anyway, watch that Ben Jordan video.
Yeah. You see YouTubers with it too, where YouTubers will get they'll just get completely false ones from people who are just like, oh, I just want to claim like ad revenue on like videos that are getting millions of views. And then YouTube will do this thing where they'll like delete your entire channel, and they'll just be like, oh yeah, nothing we can do about it, man. Sorry.
Yeah, it's not good. I don't want to go too much further in that. I just think it's not good. And like, I really wanted to make like that company sweat, but I think Bartok talked me down and ended being just like super generic with language. Not that I would ever sue the artist or anything. Like, maybe they're a fan and fuck yeah, use that bass line or whatever, but maybe they also just came up with it. It's fine. I don't really care. Like,
I accidentally rewrite stuff that other people have made all the time. I'll be like,
all the time.
Oh yeah, this is something, and then you're like, oh shit, no, I've heard this chord progression in an Air song or something. Like. Also, I just want to note from the chat, Forrest Steve has said my favorite quote ever, which is, "Schmooze hold music is like monkeys on typewriters violating copyright,"
which is I think a genre.
No, definitely.
Right. Like, I feel like in that case, like if they're doing a claim or whatever, not necessarily a strike, you can just be like, well, I don't know if you can like claim copyright when an algorithm generated this one loop.
I wonder what would happen if you just put like completely like AI generated music and see how long it took before they were like, oh yeah, I think this is weird.
Well, somebody did make an AI generated MIDI catalog. I think it's MIDI that was just like, I don't know if it was like tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands. I think it's hundreds of thousands of different tracks, with the idea that if it's already out there in open source, they can't strike those particular tracks in the effort to like it's a cool art project. I don't think it'll make any difference in court.
But
and it's weird. Cool. Like, if I remember right, you have to like prove that you haven't heard something before. It's super weird.
That's wild. Yeah. Anyways, copyright law is weird and often abused, and that sucks. But one of those...
Yeah, it's why I tend to like go pretty heavily towards my own samples, even though it kind of stinks. Like, there are some really nice artists out there. Like Lego is a good example that has a bunch of really very cool sample packs of a bunch of old synths and drums and stuff like that are essentially free and you can donate, which is, I think you should if you're going to use them. And those I think I'm more okay with, but like I still like veer on the side of paranoia when it comes to that, using other people's samples.
Very fair. I'll say with the new age cassettes, back to that, is that the cool thing is that those are so weird and obscure that like the person who made that is like, it's just, never going to be, you could probably re-release it and say that this was yours and like no one would bat an eye. That kind of
maybe obscurity. It depends on like the labels you know, who the label is contracting to like skim all of that stuff. But I think slowing it down or changing the speed throws off their
slowing
stuff
it down,
just enough.
fucking it up with the cassette stuff. It's like you got to mangle it a bit. You'll see sometimes people in videos will like, you know, add the weird like shadows everywhere, like recolor stuff, and then it like makes it so that the AI can't pick it up as easy. So
I mean, it will. I mean, my thought is like it's a matter of time before that stuff starts getting picked up.
It's kind of like a CAPTCHA for right now, you know, like with the wiggly letters, but they figured out the wiggly letters eventually.
Oh yeah, they're better at it than I am. To honestly, I've done like CAPTCHAs I haven't gotten through, and I'm like, whatever, I don't need this site. But what was I gonna say? Because like the way I think the way copyright works. Okay, so I'm a designer by trade typically, and there's a myth going around for a long time that I'm sure still goes around that if you like take an image, previous artwork, and modify it like 60%, whatever the fuck that means, then you're good to go, right? Like it's now something you can use because you modified it 60%. That is not true at all. And it's
just take a 60% slice of an Andy Warhol and put it on your poster or whatever, and you're good.
You can't you can't do that. And I think the same thing is with music. So if like mangling it by slowing it down, like that's fooling stuff probably right now, but maybe not forever. So anyway, get it while it's good.
Get it while it's good. Make your weird music with weird samples. You know, and if you're using
Twitch
small
is getting
stuff,
serious about that stuff too. I've seen more channels get in trouble.
Fucking sucks. But yeah, don't let it discourage you too much.
I was gonna say, hopefully, like, I think Twitch is an excellent platform for that kind of thing. Like, if I was doing a lot of sampling and things like that, I would be exclusively on Twitch because you can turn off the like recorded videos and stuff and clips, which is essentially what the algorithms are typically going through. There's edge cases to that, but like, you can get away with it longer there. So if you're going to make that kind of music, Twitch is the place.
Well, because they're really looking for people who are trying to run like pirate radio stations or just pirating movies or whatever and just streaming them forever. Which, I mean, understandably, that seems like that's what they should be trying to pick up, but not like, you know, transformative works of art. It's that the fundamental thing is just that like AI can't recognize art, which.
Well, what kind of kills me a little bit, like there's a good like 2 to 3 decades where this kind of sampling detection or whatever wasn't really a thing. Like when samplers became really big, like in particular, I really like the 90s when there's a lot of like more electronic music sampling and all that stuff happening. And it's not that superfluous anymore because it's not like cost effective. I don't think like you can sort of do it locally or like maybe at a bar or something, but like even then, I'll talk about that in a second. Even then, it's like kind of risky in a sense. Like you could work really hard on a really cool track and like mangle a sample from Adele or something that works really well and makes just like a brilliant song.
And then it'll either get struck or you'll have to like write as Adele as like a co-writer or something if you're trying to release it or whatever.
I mean, you're going to end up either paying a lot of money or, you know, like having to give the rights over to them and every cent. Like there's a potential for repercussions when you work really hard on a new thing using existing stuff. And that makes me kind of bummed and sad. So,
music rights and stuff like that. It's just like, I think it does have a place, for instance, in a lot of stuff like, you know, hip hop's a good example where it's like, that is kind of the very heart and lifeblood of hip hop is sampling other people and whatever. And there is something to be said that people who, you know, like if you're sampling a vintage soul record or something and you make it into a top 20 hit, then there is something to be said that the person who originally composed that sample should get a little bit of it, because it's almost a sort of collaborative work at that point. So but I think it does get to the point where it's like, it's about scale, obviously. You know, if you're on the top 20 Billboard or whatever, you're making there's like a lot of money and attention and whatever it's wrapped up in. which can, is obviously a huge factor to it. But like, it's also, it depends. Could you argue that someone like that DEF CON sample or whatever, could you argue that them, like whatever, just that those just like speaking those words or whatever is like a transformative piece of like I don't know what I'm trying to say here, but
you can make a lot of arguments to justify it. I don't know if any of the arguments are like truly valid, but I think the thing that's really kind of messed up, that's sort of like why it's partly why it's still this way, is like, let's say I sample like that old record and I get in the top 100, which is never going to happen, but let's say that's the hypothetical. And you're never going to know like when you're going to make a hit, right? But let's say that either the artist or the artist's label finds out, right? And all of a sudden, like, you're in a situation where, oh, you're in the top 100, we're going to ask for $20 million for that usage. It doesn't matter how short, right? Like, all of a sudden it's dollar signs. You could potentially proactively reach out. Like, I think this is probably the right way, where if you're like going to release a track and make fun from it, like, reach out at least first. And if they say no, like, that sucks currently, at least. But I think most likely if it's like an obscure little thing, they'll be like, sure, like, whatever, give us a percentage or whatever the thing is. More likely it's going to be a flat fee.
I think that's the best way to settle that kind of thing. And I'll just, I'll say this as also a perspective of like going back to my dad who does a lot of this stuff. He's released a lot of stuff under that is like sampleable. So he's in the kind of library record thing where you'll have like a hip hop producer will come in and be like, I want to sample this library record, and you'll have to deal with all the rights for that and whatever. And it is the kind of thing where you want it like settled beforehand, but sometimes you'll hear it where you'll be like, wait, I know that. Well, you're hearing it on the radio. You have to get in contact with them and be like, hey, we need this amount of thing. Because also sometimes it'll be the bigger guy going down on like something smaller. It'll be like, whatever, we'll sample something. And you're like, okay, that's a little whatever. I don't know. It's
like, I think if you have enough money to just reach out and pay for it, like, that's the right way to do it. And I also think if you do make like top, like 1,000 or something where you're actually making some money, like, and let's say you paid like $100 to $500 for that sample or whatever,
maybe like
like toss a few extra bucks there. I mean, you're not going to make
it's just being decent. I think it's
money from being even that high on the charts, but like,
I think it's one of those things where there's a lot of nuance to it, and it's something that you can't really make like big sweeping things of like, oh, this is always bad, or oh, this is always good, or whatever. It's like, it's a case by case settled thing. I mean, as with everything, there is nuance to it.
But like, it's added friction. So like, who even wants to go through that process? So like, you're either like doing it like against the rules on Twitch, or you're like just not going to do it, I think. And in my case, I don't want to do it because it's like a time consuming thing to like even reach out. I don't know. But I also don't do a lot of the like looping of like bass lines or anything like that.
You're not
so
like
I'm sort of
sampling Run DMC or whatever.
All right, we've gone a bit long today, which I don't apologize for at all, because it was kind of fun one.
No, this is a great talk, man.
Thanks for watching, y'all. Woke and Egon and Forestine and
yes.
What is Archaic still around? Probably.
Anyway, but yes, thank you everyone for joining. This has been fun. All right,
I think I wrote something the other night that was kind of cool, but I don't remember what it is. So I think I'm going to load that up and just see what it sounds like. Let's see. Boop. Oh wait, that's today. That's this one. The one before that one. Let's try that. I think this was up a little higher, and that had a thing on it. Pre, maybe, I don't know. All right, I'll play us out. Let's see. Should I change camera angles? I don't know. Let's do this thing. Yeah. Cool. Outro music. Let's see what this sounds like. I'm gonna mute myself because otherwise it'll be like heavy breathing. Just kidding. I have to turn off the audio compression-y thing. Audio translation. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, now I'm gonna mute myself. All right, I think you can hear me, and that we're off. We're off the internet now.
I think we're still live.
We are?
Yes.
Whoa.
one more or not. I don't know. Should I do one more? Alright, I'm gonna do one more. As soon as I learn how to work this thing. Out the speaker is better at being a microphone than the actual mic. That kind of looks cool, and also I can do this sort of thing. Stuff, but I did it in the exact opposite order because I felt like it.
Beep.